Hello, good evening, everyone. It's Yogi here. Greetings from London, UK. So, it's 7:22 p.m. London time, and I hope you're well, wherever you are. And so today, this is the piece I'll be working on. And coming back to this piece is like coming home. Every few days, I just miss this gorgeous piece. So this project is called Granny's Craft Room, and this is a cross-stitching kit I got maybe 3 years ago, something like that. And it's a 14 count on Ada. And let me show you the full markup, the full glory. This is such a sweet, sweet piece. And I think I just found out who the artist is. I never tried to look it up, and it didn't come with a kit. And but the names kind of escapes me right now, so apologies. But this is apparently quite popular as a puzzle, jigsaw puzzle as well. So today, following from what I previously worked on, I'm going to show you my progress here. So just to let you know where I am right now, and if I can bring up my app. So to track the progress of this project, let me zoom out a little bit here. I'm using Markup IXP. So this project originally was a paper-based chart, and then I scanned the paper chart and so a lot of work was involved. I scanned the paper chart, and I was using sort of PDF apps for marking until I found Markup IXP. So I imported the chart onto the app, and it worked, pretty good. There's some bits that I have to manually fix, but it's working good so far. So let me show you my progress here. So I'm working on one page at a time, and let me just show you the entirety of the chart, so you get an idea of how far I am and how the size of the project as well. So this is the entirety of the project, the entire piece. So comparing to sort of regular Heaven and Earth, maybe it's slightly on the small side, but I'll say it's probably slightly larger than Mini. So you get some idea. The pages, there are quite a few pages here, but the pages here are not as big as, in terms of number of stitches, maybe a bit smaller than Heaven and Earth. So you get a vague idea. And this 14 count, so you can see there's two. I started from the center, okay, and I have completed 2 pages here, and I'm basically picking the page below of the page on the left here, and just keep working downwards. So my hope is at some point, okay, I'll complete these 4 pages, and I'll start to work on something quite special for this piece. It's got back stitches, so meaning that when you look at these beautiful transitions, I'm able to get to add back stitches to add even more details. This is such a well charted piece of work. So today I'm starting from 0. Let's have a look. Overall 8.67, which is not too shabby. And I'm starting from 0 stitches and see how far I can get today. So I'm starting a little bit early today comparing to previous few sessions. So I'm optimistic. I hope I'll make good progress for this piece here. So let me load up my chart. Let's have a look. And hello everyone, Carla, hello. Carla says, "Hi Yogi, I'm Carla, and it's the first time came to my live stream. Welcome, welcome, Carla." Betty, oh, a lot of new names. I'm so excited. Betty says it's 1:20 here in Tennessee, US. I'm not a big charter, but found you the other day and have enjoyed watching while I stitch. Wonderful. That makes me so happy. And oh, chatter, yes, of course. And Revislav, hi, darling. Good to see you. Revislav is here as well. And let me know what you're working on today. I'm really looking forward to know. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so you can see the stitches nice and clear here. Again, this is 14 counts, full cross, and the floss I'm using is actually floss comes with the chart. So, and I have no idea what brand or origin of the floss, but they're pretty good to stitch. So just to give you some explanation in terms of my plan here, if I have one. So this piece, for this page, I've been using what I call Gemma's method. So it's Gemma Stitches, who is a really clever stitcher, a floss tuber. And if you don't know her, please check out her channel. She produces Stitch With Me as well. And this is the method she pilots, pioneer, rather. So what it does is generally it's a directional stitching method, but instead of color complete or mini cross country we normally do, or block by block or row by row even, basically the method allows you to ease away from the edges wherever it is on the diagonal line. Okay, and the only rule, or one of the main rules, is there's no floating stitches. So it's a very unique way of stitching, and I haven't seen many people stitching this way, but since I learned from Gemma, I absolutely love it. It's one of the, you could say discipline, but at the same time, very neat way of stitching. This is great for confetti area, and also if you like your stitches really nice and flat without having to go back and stitch in the boxed in area, which I don't enjoy, then this is a great way of stitching. So as I move forward, you probably will get some idea. So, and I'll explain from time to time. So maybe you can try it yourself as well. And if you have seen my channels of other streams, I love experimenting with different methods because it makes it so much fun. So let me position here and bring up the little markup here so you get some reference of where I am. So where I am right now, let me just quickly zoom out, just very quickly. So if you look to the center of the markup where the kitten is, this is the kitten. So I'm very much in the center, and then I'm just moving down here. So I'm stitching the wooden drawer below. That's so charming. So you can see there's a purple ribbon already happening there. And I'm going to continue to bring on more details, hopefully, in today's session. So with my needle miter, my little fox needle miter ready, my needles, let's go. And if you have your project ready, please come and stitch with me and we can chat. I'd love to find out more about the project you're working on. Hello, Zian Hammett. Sorry, I butcher names all the time. You'll get used to it. Zian says, "Hi Yogi, it's 21:28. Okay, so you're a couple of hours ahead in Iraq. Oh my God, you must be the first one on the chat that's from Iraq. And I love your stitching. I always watch your videos and give likes. Happy stitching. Yes, thank you so much. I'm so glad you can catch me live today. Iraq. I didn't know it was only 2 hours difference? Because it sounds kind of far away. My geography is terrible. And Carla says, I'm from Portugal and I stitch my Fluffy Valentines by River Peacock, charted by GB. I'm going to have to find out in a bit. I'm going to warm up a few stitches and I'll Google the pieces. This is one of my things. I love Googling pieces I'm not familiar with. And you get to see what other people are stitching as well, which is quite really nice. So let me just move this chart maybe to the upper left here. So it doesn't get in the way. Give me a moment here. This is dynamic. This is this is live and dynamic. Let's have a look. Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. So you can see there's a nice and open area there. And having technology by my side, I'm going to start working on this area. That's why I moved the markup to the left so you can see. Oh, it's Gecko Rouge. I'm a fan of Gecko Rouge. I only have one piece from them. A massive project that I haven't stitched on the stream just yet. But Gecko Rouge is very unique. I'm a fan of their design. So I'm going to just pick a color and then I'm going to stitch away. Let's see how far we can go today. Very excited. And let me just tune it back here. Beautiful. So there are a few stitches to the right there I want to patch up. So I'm doing one page at a time. And there are a few stitches to the right. For some reason, I didn't get to stitch last time. Let me figure out what is going on there. So they're supposed to be grayed out. Oh, I see. For a moment, I thought I made mistakes. It's all good, all good. Right, I stopped at the right place. For some reason, I thought I missed there's 4 rows to the right, but they're grayed out. They're overlapping area, so. The first lucky number is 3371. It's bingo time, everyone. 3371. Some of you probably have already guessed what color it is. So this is 2-strand full cross. So these will be my warming up stitches. Normally quite clumsy. So once I'm warmed up, I'm good-ish. So the needles I'm using are 26, number 26, and it's I think they're mostly DMC needles. So, throughout the years, I start to mix sort of different brands, but mostly 26 I buy from DMC. and 28 needles, mostly John James. Maybe to the right a little bit more here for you. Hi, Santi. Hello there. Santi from South Africa. Amazing. And Sarah is here as well. Sarah is working on Monarch of the Glen from Hade. 68%, my goodness. And Betty says I'm stitching The Child by Tilton Crafts. My God, there's so many pieces I need to Google. I'm so curious. And percentage 39, nearly 40%. You guys put me to shame. Majority of my pieces are single digits, okay? So stop showing off. I'm feeling inadequate. I think like my most advanced piece is about 17%, and I was so shocked. I didn't even remember I've got a piece that I've gone that far. 3. So single digits is my comfort zone. Probably going to be here for a little while. And oh, hello, Rabbit Hole. Oh, Heidi, if I remember correctly. See, I'm starting to memorize everybody's name. And Heidi's working on my Dimension Kids Parrot Tulips. Wow, amazing. I'm so happy you're joining me. So I've got 2 stitches here, and then I'm going to part down. So parking down diagonally, you have to make judgment calls in terms of where is kind of the nearest along this line, because my instinct is to part down with a lot of my projects. So this is great in a way because it really gets my brain working, which is always good. And because if you're used to a way of stitching, you tend to go into autopilot, which is not a bad thing, not a bad thing at all. But I like challenges. I like to switch things around and to confuse myself as much as I can, because it's fun. So I'm going to park it down here. So it's just a choice. It's kind of, the color distribution is kind of in a slightly odd direction there. I'm going to park it. And next. How exciting. It does feel like coming home with this piece for some reason, because it's such a comforting, kind of homey piece. It's Granny's craft room. You can't go wrong with that. And I've got quite a few comments asking about this piece, asking me whether where to get it and whether it's still available. So the kit as it is currently unavailable. I don't know what that means. It's out of stock. Maybe it's going to come back or discontinued. It's hard for me to tell. So the package, the entire kit, the way I got it, currently you probably can't find anywhere on the market. But having said that, there is still a chance that maybe it's been recharted somewhere else, somewhere like Etsy or other, chart design sites. It's worth looking at, maybe under different names. So I think the most effective way of searching is to use something like Google Lens. If you don't know what it is, it's kind of equivalent of Google, but using image matching. So even if it's under a different name, because the image, the markup is the same, it will probably come up. And you'll probably get some links pointing towards jigsaw puzzles, because I know for a fact that this piece is quite popular as the jigsaw puzzles. But maybe someone somewhere recharted it, and if you can find it, then hooray. And give it a try. It's such a beautiful piece. I think just a matter of of time, it will be recharted somewhere. And hopefully they're going to release the kits again, because it comes with the floss, all the floss you need. So normally if you see something you like, within reason, grab it if you can, because you never know about these things. Normally, charts like this, they probably have some sort of limited time contract with the artist for the copyright. And once it runs out, there's no guarantee that you can still get it. So, don't wait for too long. I'm trying to catch up with the chat here. Ah, Zen, you're stitching world map. My goodness. 2%, almost 2%. That's amazing. The world map is big. Oh, have antique rose pattern, just 10%. Yeah, 10% sounds grand. That's very impressive. It's 2 digits instead of 1 digit. So you're ahead there. That's amazing. I love the fact that, these apps, it's not just 1%, 2%, you get 1.03%. I love that, because you're moving forward. You don't have to wait for like a single percent before you see anything. And 1% on a larger piece could mean, like, I don't know, a page, right? 355, everyone. 355. And it's right here, 355. So there are people asking me about the thread organizers as well. And at some point, I'll do a tutorial on how to put it together. It's really not complicated at all. And I believe, I'll dig around my PC, I believe I still have the PDF of the template I use to print out those cards. I mean, you don't have to print it out. You can just hand draw it. It's not complicated. But if you do have a printer, one of those rare people have a printer like I do, then you can just print out the cards. I use a kind of cardboard, and so it saves, it will save you a lot of time, and also it will look quite neat and tidy as well. And I'll try to find that PDF there and share it with you, and then give you a quick walkthrough on how I built my organizer. It really works. It's so simple. And obviously I'm borrowing some ideas from other really clever creators as well. So, it's about making it work for you, and just, think intuitively without worrying about, does it look like a thread organizer or not. As long as it works, I really don't care what it looks like. And second one over there, I'm warming up here. Oh, the 14 count, goodness. I've been stitching a lot of 25 counts and 21 counts. So it's nice to come back here. And I need to remember I'm going diagonal, because I'm going to just stitch away, start cross country. If I'm not careful, I'm going to bring it down here. I like a bit of discipline, And maybe I can zoom in a little bit more here for you. And I'm streaming 4K, so if your viewing device has 4K capability and you like your pictures nice and clear like I do, then you can turn on the 4K if it's not turned on already. And one here. And then I'm going to park it down here. And my path thread, I need to remember doing that. Let me have a quick look. Oh, Heidi, is that question to me? What thread length do you cut to? Okay, so this is this is not going to be very scientific or precise. I cut it around the same length from my elbow to my fingertips. That's my happy length. So I can have a quick measure. I think maybe about 30 centimeters. I really don't know. Really depends on how long your arms. If you have very long arms, so you know yours might be a little bit longer than mine. But for how do I what do I say, for 2 strands, obviously then you double the length, so you can fold it in 2 strands. But for single strand, then it's I'll cut it from the distance, well, the length of from my elbow to my middle finger, so to speak, somewhere there. So you need to experiment it and to see what your sort of happy length is. I think it's a balance between not needing to get new threads all the time. If you cut it really short, then you need to add new threads. But also, if you have it too long, then the friction of the thread eventually is going to weaken the thread. So I'll just take a little sip of my Diet Coke. Just fancy a little bit of a fizzy drink. So drink of my choice here, Diet Coke and some leftover coffee I brewed earlier on. I've got about half a cup still. So that would be my energy source, caffeine. Yes, that's what it is. I just noticed both of them have caffeine. So I'm going to be power stitching for this session for sure. So next color, 498. 498. So today I taught 3 classes, 2 in the morning, 1 in the early afternoon. And the great thing about if you teach somewhere that's got like sauna, spa, that type of facilities, I mean, you know, as a teacher, you get to use for free. So today I actually spent some time in the sauna. It was great. I love heat, not just sweating. You know, I like sweating, but not, you know, if it's really hot and humid, that's different. But I like hot yoga. I like sauna. So it was really, really good because I do have access to the sort of facilities there, but I don't always have time to stay a bit longer and do that. And today I did. I was determined. I was going to get some of the sauna goodness. So I'm feeling great. And it kind of wakes you up as well. If you ever feel tired, you just spend some time in sauna. You'll come out fully alert. Oh. Beautiful. Let me see. 1, 2 here. Just checking. 1. And then I've got 2 more stitches down here. I think sometimes with 14 counts, it takes a bit longer before you realize what you're stitching, because the stitches are a little bit bigger, and because you're so zoomed in to look at each stitch, you don't realize what details you're creating until you kind of lean back and look at it. You go, oh my God, there's a little ribbon there. I didn't notice, because all I saw was just purpley stitches. Didn't know what they were. And then from here, oh, this feels so good. I really like the threads. I wish I knew where they're made in, where they come from. They're DMC compatible in terms of colors, but the texture is very different. It's very robust, and it's perfect for 14 counts. It's very satisfying to stitch. Ooh. I am breaking the rule a tiny bit by stitching these 2 underneath. I'm kind of allowing myself to do that. Zian says, the problem, I think, parking take more threads than cross-country, and DMC or CXC threads, I can't find all numbers. And shipping too. Oh, right, because you're in Iraq, so they don't ship over there. She says, my country is very difficult, but I'll try every 4 months to buy threads. My God, Zian, you need some American friends. Their DMC is like as cheap as I don't want to say dirt. That would be rude. But clothes over here is like gold dust. We can buy them in the UK. Only the probably about 3 times pricier comparing to regular US prices. So they're spoiled over there, you know. But yes, but if you're determined, then perhaps make some American pen pals, you know. And maybe there'll be special shipment from them. I'm sure it's not taxed, right? If you ship like a whole set of DMC. Like, can they tax you? I suppose for the weight, but not for what it is. It's not, I don't know. No idea. But okay, Rabbit Hole says, I fold a scan of DMC in half 3 times and cut loops to get 8 meter pieces. Wow, that's very precise. For single strands, I cut that in half. Okay. Yeah, it might be slightly on the long side. Yes, everybody's got different preferences. I think as long as it's not so long that they start to, you know, get really weak and fray, because then you waste, you know, you end up wasting a lot of floss, or they just don't stitch very well. Other than that, any length is good. I've seen, for instance, who's that lady? I really like masterpieces, stitching masterpieces. She's got very, very long strand each time, and she stitches, I think, is 2 strand. She does half stitches most of the time in the pieces I've seen. And she would just pull the strand all the way up. It must be great arm exercise because you have to, raise the arms really high. But it's all down to preferences. I don't think there's right or wrong. 402, 402, 402. I've got one threaded already. And good job with that because I only have one stitch to do. So yeah, I think it must be a pain if you live in countries that you have no access to. Well, but then you don't need DMC. So I don't know whether Zain, you have other brands available because, DMC is not be all and end all. As long as it's compatible, that you're able to find similar colors, then yeah, you can still stitch away. No problem there. And let me do a tuck in and thread here. This piece, the leftover piece, is kind of still usable. I'm thinking whether to keep it or not. It's not, yeah, it's not too bad. Maybe for one single stitch, it's still usable. I hate to waste it. Tease it down here. And 402, gonna pop it back. And to be honest, if for any reason DMC is not what was not available in the UK, I'll happily stitch with CXC. Just do with what you can. So I think let me move down, maybe patch up over here. So the joy of this stitching method is you're always competing with the shape in some way. You're trying to smooth out the diagonal shape constantly. So it kind of determines where you go next. So I think I want to smooth out this bit a little bit to make it more diagonal. So this is where I'm going to go. Right. And also you get to change color groups sometimes as well, which is quite nice. 402 again. So this piece is probably too short. I'm going to pick a new bit. And let me see. I'm going to start from here. 3 stitches along this block. And 3 more here. So I'll probably incorporate some of the sort of cover flow into this. So cover flow is kind of a 2.0 version of the Gemma's method. So she's currently stitching a peacock, and she decided to just follow the color direction with literally color flow, just flow with the colors rather than the shape, the diagonal. So I'm kind of trying to strive the balance in between. I quite like the diagonal, you know, the continuous diagonal shape. It's fun. But then maybe at some point, if the colors call for it, I might just, you know, for instance, if there's an entire patch of this color, then I might just do that. I'll look at what the pattern's like and then make a judgment call there. So I'm going to stitch down here. And the weird thing is, I was kind of looking around for this piece, see if it's available anywhere else, and I came across a YouTube channel, and I think the person must be using some sort of AI. They kind of turn still images like this into not animation, but kind of moving, more realistic looking videos. It was so weird because all the things come alive. It looks slightly creepy because I'm just used to looking at this piece static, and suddenly it feels like the kitties. The little kitten might wake up and there's wind blowing outside, the trees, the sunlight. It's very strange. AI is a strange thing. And I'm going to park it down here. Huh. But it's so lovely to see that this type of stitching is happening worldwide. You know, it's universal. And let's have a look. Where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4 here. To look at the right place here. Here, that one. So this method of stitching, kind of similar to if you do it row by row, there's a lot of color switching, threading on threading. So it really depends on whether you enjoy that part of the process. I think enjoying is kind of a strange word because most people see threading as a chore, but I quite like it. I enjoy it. and then I'm gonna part down here. I might. Okay, I'm gonna be disciplined and just pop down. Zan says the fabric in my country is like 11 count or 14 counts, but like all little squares, 30 by 30 centimeters. Huh. So you don't get like Ada. Is it popular over there though? Or are you the unicorn in Iraq? Oh, Iraq. Are you a unicorn? And so I've softened that a little bit more. I'm gonna pick this color here. Right. And you see that color is not being picked up. I need to manually add it. So it's one of the things I have to do. Because this is a printed chart originally. Right. So 3A63, 3A63. I've got one threaded already. Oh, Zan says in Iraq, I found only 3 women out of an entire country. I found only 3 women do cross stitching, and I was very happy when I chat with them. Thank God for YouTube. I learned from him crochet, knitting, and cross stitch. So when you say 3 women, do you mean 3 women online? Or 3 women in the entire country? I'm sure there are more, maybe 4. 3A63. But to be honest, if it wasn't because of the internet, well, first of all, I probably wouldn't have discovered this way of stitching. And even if I did, I would have no idea whether anyone else does it and how many people. I wouldn't know there's so many people doing this type of stitching. So in a way, it's kind of similar. It's all down to the internet. Then we're able to discover that people like us. We're not weird. We're not weird. I promise. We're special. Move it over there. A little bit more. I love loop start. So there's one stitch here. I'm going to find the next parking location. It's slightly far away. So I think I'm gonna part down here. 1, 2. 1, 2. I think Um, 402. And then I'm going to park it down here. Let me have a look. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah, embroidery is faster than cross stitching. Well, it depends on the type of embroidery. But I've seen I look up sort of stitching type content. I think we probably all do on Instagram, and occasionally I come across kind of embroidery, you know, like satin stitches. And I always look at, I should focus on the technique and the amazing skills they have. But every time I look at that kind of stitching, I'm just thinking about the amount of DMC floss that's required to do. Because like satin stitches, you're basically layering floss, like strand, so thread on top of each other to build up the height and the shape. I'm just thinking, wow, that's about a fiver, £5 of DMC floss. That's where my brain goes, unfortunately. And I think that kind of embroidery is kind of interesting, but for me, I think I'm probably lacking that kind of control of the stitches. The great thing about cross stitching is that it's precise. It doesn't matter if you're stitching for 20 years or 2 weeks. The outcome is probably not that different because you have something to kind of follow. You know, there's an area that you stitch on. Whereas embroidery, my God, if you're not good at it, it could look pretty wrong. And that will probably be me. So I've done a couple projects in the past. But yeah, I don't know. I like the outcome, but I'm not sure if I find it too relaxing because I have to work so hard. I think I was stitching a reindeer. It was beautiful design, but it's just a lot of work. You know, whereas cross stitching is very relaxing. You can't really go that wrong, you know. Maybe you stitch in the wrong location, no big deal. You're not going to ruin the piece. Okay, one here, and then I'm going to bring it down. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2. Just soften a little bit. And I think I might go ahead and make the stitches below because they're all the same colors. A single color, one blob here. So I might also do that. 3, 5, 5. 3, 5, 5. There are quite a few stitches of this color. So I'm going to exercise a little bit of color flow here. So this stitch will stick out a little bit. Patricia, hello. Good morning. It's 5:30 here. I believe you're in Australia, correct? We'll start stitching myself soon after coffee. Fantastic. Join in. That's very early start, 5:30 a.m. I'll be sound asleep, 5:30 in the morning. A lot of early risers here. As Shino, the Japanese lady, she wakes up at 5 every morning. Yes, I do remember. From Australia. Four more stitches here. And one more here. I like the flexibility of it because in if there's such a thing as a purist version of Gemma stitching method, you'll probably try to kind of keep it diagonal, which means you wouldn't do these stitches because they're sticking out. And this is not very diagonal, so I can totally see why she starts to kind of flow with the colors a little bit more. So this one I'm going to part down here. And then pick up this one. There's only one stitch here. Yes, Patricia, this is 14 counts, 2/1, and the stitches are nice and big. So 2, 3 there. There's something so nice that about larger stitches that you can actually see the cross. With 25 counts, for instance, I mean, obviously it's very high depth and really delicate, but a lot of times you can no longer see the stitches, which I like. I really enjoy looking at them. And you only get to see them so visibly on sort of lower count fabric. So it's quite nice. And another one stitch here. Three, 2, 3, and then 2 from the left. One, 2, 3. Hang on. Am I missing something? Oh, I see. I think I missed one row on my chart. That's why I'm confused. Okay. There. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Move this one down here. Move it over to the left. A sip of my coffee here. And now I'm going to start to work on this area to smooth it out a little bit more. Five, 550, 550. Ah, I see. 1.5 centimeter scroll roll. Is it any good? I don't think I ever used those. Is it because I think the issue is the width. Depending on how big the piece you're working on is. If it's wider than the width, do you just fold it in, or I always wonder, because it sounds like a good idea. You just keep rolling and scrolling. Let me move. This is in the way. Let me move it up. Maybe make it a little bit smaller. There. That's better. So from this stitch, I'm going to take it over to the left. But because if I just take the thread over, it's going to overlap this area. So I'm going to do a pin stitch away from the stitch area and then take my thread back up. And then I can bring it back there. That one's been stitched already. Silly me. So in that case, oh no, there's another one. 1, 2. It's like a puzzle game. And then 1, 2, and then below. Little fox. We do have foxes in London, you know. It's hard to imagine such an urban area, but we do get foxes here, and you always know they're out there because I don't know whether you've heard foxes cry. It sounds like baby crying. It's actually quite scary. And apparently when they're mating, if they're actually mating, it sounds like, my God, it's like something's being tortured. They're really cute animals, but they're not supposed to be pets. And but you do see a lot of them late at night. They're like dogs, like stray dogs. They would dig the bins and everything. They're scavengers. Occasionally, not recently, but there have been few occasions they actually broke in through cat flap and steal cat food. So they'll eat anything. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. I remember when I first discovered this way of stitching from Gemma, I was obsessed. I was watching her stitching, like if you're into chess. I don't play chess, but I can imagine that if you play chess, you basically stare at the chessboard and watch every move is made. And I was a bit like that with Gemma stitching. I wanted to figure out how her brain works and where she would take her thread next. So it took a while to get my brain around. And I just kept practicing and made some really odd stitches, some odd moves. And finally, kind of, I think I probably got it. I don't know. There's still times I go, well, where do I go next? Which one, which stitch is the best? And with the patterns, you never come across the same situation twice. It's always different. So it's fun. Highly recommend it. So I'm going to move down to this one. 2 stitches here. And it's quite satisfying when you kind of get into a flow, so you don't have to overthink it. You kind of look at a stitch and surrounding stitches, and you know where to go. Well, most of the time anyway. Oh, there's an R stitch, R thread there. Two, one down. And 2 down here. Laura, hello. Aren't we lucky that we can stitch all these beautiful projects as a hobby compared to our ancestors who had to stitch mostly for utilitarian purposes? Yes, but ultimately these pieces has functional, well, if you want it to be, have maybe functional purposes as well. I mean, if you hang them on the wall, it's a piece of artwork you can look at. You need a very large wall and live in a very large houses. Lots of walls. And yeah, we're doing it for joy, for the entertainment of it. And we're very lucky because the material is so accessible to most of us. And, you know, even if you just get one project, it will keep you entertained for a long time, long, long time. And I'm going to snip this one off. I think it's probably part incorrectly. And also, if you think about it, the fact that we have the capacity to even find time to do things that's entertaining in a way that means life is peaceful, right? If not, we probably have to go out and hunt animals and harvest, you know, do things for survival. The fact that we can just be here and do things that's entertaining, it's good. Very lucky. And these 2. But that reminds me though, I remember, well, you know, running, jogging is very, very popular here. And it's like a normal thing. We go to the gym. But actually gyms are pretty modern invention. I was quite shocked to find out because I was watching a documentary. Apparently gyms, like, no one went to the gym until maybe, I don't know, 60s. But everybody was very slim. And if you look at those old footages, everybody was nice and slim and they didn't go to the gym. So what's that about? And also running is a kind of national, international sport and entertainment as well. But I remember there's a some athletes. They went to a kind of high altitude, maybe Africa or somewhere, where they go and train their lung capacity because of the high altitude. And they were running around, and the people in the villages look at them with amazement. They thought they were in some sort of danger because they were running. And so they thought maybe they're running away from animals or some sort of, dangerous situation. And they were so shocked when they realized they run just because it's like a thing, you know, they choose to run. Whereas running is actually a functional thing, is when you have to run away from something or run towards something in higher speed. There's a reason for it. You don't just do it just to see how fast you can run or to burn calories. It just doesn't make any sense. But for us, we kind of just take it for granted. We just think, oh, that's, of course you run. And because it's kind of thing, sport to do. It's so weird. We are weird. Just imagine the villagers kind of going, well, there's no way we're going to be running unless there's a lion chasing us. And 814. A14. Got one threaded. Sweet. A lot of footages, like old, sort of cleaned up footage from, God knows, it goes way back to sort of early, kind of Victorian time, some of them, turn of the century. And, everybody, you never see one overweight person. Maybe up to 80s. Particularly in the 60s and 70s, you look at these people, they're random people on the street. Everybody should look pretty fit, probably because they had to walk a lot and not a lot of sort of junk food or whatever. And they didn't have to go to the gym or count calories or do cross, what is it called? Cross training or whatever it is. That's popular at that time. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2. I've got one already. I think it's the same color. Is it the same color? I think it is. So I'm going to end this one. 314. It's pretty amazing that when I saw the old videos of if you've been to London, you've probably been to Piccadilly Circus, which is now it's pretty touristy area, but it's kind of the center. Maybe it's kind of equivalent of Times Square of New York, something like that, where every single visitor would go and at least visit once. And I was looking at, maybe I'm thinking 20s, or maybe even older, maybe sort of a decade before that, when people were still dressing a little bit like period drama, you know, like long skirts for women and hair in buns, and they were actually moving, so it's an actual moving image, not AI or anything, they're actual footage but cleaned up. And if you look at Piccadilly Circus, for instance, the amazing thing is literally all the architecture, like buildings, the streets, the layout of the streets are identical as they are now, pretty much. The only difference is the ground level now is full of shops that look modern. But if you look up, the buildings are exactly the same buildings. It's pretty crazy. It's the fact that the buildings are so well preserved. I mean, there are rules and regulations in London that you can't just go ahead and do whatever you want. But let me see. I messed up a couple of stitches here. One, two, and here. But it's just amazing that other than the people walking around, they're in different clothing. I mean, clearly, you know, they look kind of Victorian. But the streets and buildings are literally the same. You know, they have horses, that kind of stuff. And now they have cars. But everything else kind of frozen in time. I'm sure a lot of countries, most cities, probably you can't even get a glimpse of what it looked like before. In terms when you look at older videos or footage, because everything changed so much. I'm sure a lot of countries, they probably have to take down and rebuild certain buildings for safety reasons. But over here is the opposite, because the older buildings are so solid and also historical, you know, kind of for the historical value, they have to be preserved, at least the front of the buildings. Sometimes the inner part of the building can be rebuilt, but the outer, the front, need to be They, need to stay the way they are. 550. 550. 550. So it depends on the buildings, the houses you buy. Sometimes if it's a listed building, you're responsible for the history of it and the preservation of it. And it costs a lot of money, so it's not something that one can easily do. And you probably get penalized if you destroy it for any reason. I mean, most people wouldn't do that. Most people buy those listed buildings because they love the architecture. They have the sense of, some respect for those buildings. It's a big responsibility. You're responsible for the history, the architecture, history of architecture. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. And one more here. One, two, three, four. And then one more here. One back down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Huh. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I put this one incorrectly. Two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you get one wrong, you get the rest wrong. There's a chain effect there. Right, let's have a look. One. 1, 2, 3, 4. How strange. L, 2, 3. Oh, this one's getting really short. I'm gonna stitch it and end it. Take a sip of my Coke. And I think I'm going to continue with these purpley colors. So I'm just looking through my webs, because the last few days I managed to bring out quite a few pieces that I hadn't worked on for some of them probably over a year, and it's just amazing how many I've got. It's just remarkable how many projects I managed to start. And the amazing thing is I love them all. A23, I love them all. And each piece has a special place in my heart. Because most of them I started around the lockdown period. So it was a very kind of I don't know. It's every single stitch is laced with memories of that time. A strange time. Let's see. That's the correct number. 1, 2. Trying to do a color check. 552. Just not sure what this one is. I think it's correct. Even though it looks like I'm stitching different piece every day, and I kind of am, but there's still ones that I haven't worked on the stream anyway, so there's more to come. I know it's shocking. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4. There's more. So this one's got 1 stitch only. Another look. Looking good. I might start from the top again and work downwards. So A14. So actually, I went to art school, so the course I was doing, the degree I was doing, is mostly kind of fine art based, and then I went into illustration. But a lot of my peers, they chose to go into fine art, and for some reason I'm more sort of, I wouldn't say commercial minded. Illustration is not necessarily so, but I'm more driven by functions. You know, illustration comparing to fine art probably it's more functional as an art form, because illustration, by virtue, you are telling some sort of story. you're illustrating something. And it could be story, it could be instructions, it could be something to help people understand certain things. That's kind of the most sort of ground level description of what it is. So there's a function attached to it. And I think that's why I was more drawn to illustration versus fine art. And I remember every year we'll have kind of a show. You know, you go around to see your fellow students work. And you can tell the difference between people that go into fine art versus illustration. I've seen countless sort of students from the same year as me. They just kind of lock themselves into a space, sometimes literal space, in a small studio, and they will paint the same things or same themes over and over again. And I remember there was this guy who his entire selection of work is his own face. There was self-portrait in different sizes, and some of them in oil and sketches. But it's pretty much the same thing. It's almost like if you didn't know better, you think this person must have some sort of strange obsession with his own face and very similar expressions. So the entire, I would say multiple years, because the first year you get to try out everything, and then from the second year you go into a more specialized area. So if you stay on fine art, it means the 2 years of your life you're doing that thing, whatever it is. And I also seen people, there was one guy who his entire selection of work would be sort of cut out papers of shapes of objects or human figures, and that's that. And I still don't fully understand how it works, because my brain doesn't work like that. Even though we're in the same cause, you know, we're all pursuing art for whatever reason. But I was struggling to understand the kind of repetitive nature of what they're doing. I'm not saying it's not value, it's just it's not something that I understood or can relate to. I can appreciate the art form, the brushes, the strokes, the colors, but I couldn't really figure out what the message is. And maybe that's where maybe that's why I didn't pursue fine art. I don't, it's not really my vocabulary. And I still remember the artwork I saw. I think if you do something more functional, let's say, illustration or any kind of artwork of that nature, it's artistic, but there's a function to it. And when there's a function to it, there's an underlying message for that, right? So let's say if you want to show someone what a tomato look like? If someone never seen tomatoes in their lives, you draw a tomato, you illustrate or whatever, use whatever medium, and you show the person what a tomato look like. That's the function. There's a piece of information you're trying to deliver to the other person through art or art form of some kind. But fine art essentially is kind of opposite from that. There might be messages, but the artist doesn't really care if you understand it. It's a you can say it's probably a kind of passive form of expression. It's kind of take it or leave it. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, I don't care. And whereas it's someone like me, I want you to understand what I'm trying to tell you. And I think that's fundamentally where and fine art students kind of part ways. Because fundamentally we're trying to serve different purpose, trying to do different things. And we're just trying to imagine locking yourself in a studio, painting your own faces, your own face over and over and over again. I don't know how you get to that. I don't know. I'm going to park it here. So I nearly go mini cross country. You just instinctively just want to move everywhere. 498. Hey Jacqueline. Good evening, at least from here. I don't know what time zone you are. Maybe late afternoon. So let's see. 1, 2. I have one here. Oh, Jacqueline asks, so Yogi, tell me why DMC is expensive in UK. I buy mine at Michael's for 71 cents Canadian with senior discount. 71 cents Canadian dollars. Is that similar to dollar? I haven't looked at the conversion. 71 cents. Is it about, because I according to the American viewers, it's about 60 cents or 70 cents in America. And the reason it's expensive, I don't really know, because it's French, right? It's French product. It's next door. I can get there in 2 hours, hopping on Eurostar. But we're paying a lot for something. I don't know. They're just charging us more for pleasure because they can. So I have no idea, but everything is probably just more pricey over there compared to North America. And who knows? Who knows? Who knows why? If someone knows, please enlighten me. I'd like to know. Give me a reason. I often compare, Apple products. So let's say if an iPad is $500, in the UK we also pay 500 only in pounds. So that's kind of how it goes. So we probably just pay a lot in VAT. And they can charge whatever they want. It's not like I have a choice. One, two. Betty says it's 79 cents at Michael's now. Michael's is it like a famous craft shop or something? Everybody knows it. Is it in Canada? 79 cents sounds heavenly. I don't know the conversion, but it sounds better than £1.50. Hey Rose, hello. Rose says, hello everyone, it's nice to catch a live today. Going to watch while I work. Yes. Great to have you here. Okay, Betty says it's in the US. So Michael's is a US shop. That's very nice. So you can literally buy like tons and just stash them in your craft room if you have a craft room. It sounds heavenly. So the mystery would be why French products turn out to be cheaper in America when they can literally throw it over the ocean over here without shipping. And I'm going to end this thread here, tuck it in. Not so pretty, this one, but no one can tell. Oh, with both Canada and US. It sounds like a dream shop. I want to go to Michael's. Is it like a chain? Or is it like online store? One, two here. Oh, wow, that sounds about right. So it's about 60p, 79 cents. It's about 58 pence. Wow, that'll be the day. That'll be the day. DMC is 60p. I'll be falling off my chair. Let me cut this off. And the thing is, even if you get a whole set, in theory, if you buy the full set, shouldn't it be cheaper? You will have thought. But no, it's exactly the same price. You just multiply it like 500 times for 500 colors. It's brutal, man. It's brutal. 498. 498. Ah, so it's a chain. Oh, I love it. Is it like a superstore? Like really, really big. It's got everything in it. Oh, I can do with some of that. Hobby Lobby. Ha, 53 cents. Now you're just showing off. You're just trying to hurt me. 53 cents. Ouch. I know. So there's no real benefit even getting the full set. Obviously, the benefit is that you have the full set. Okay. But price-wise, there's no discount whatsoever. That's how we roll here. 1, 2, 1, 2. And to be honest, there is a kind of a hobby store, kind of a craft store where I am. But the thing is, it's almost like I don't want to call it superstore, because superstore comparing to American superstore is probably like corner shop. But it's kind of big. It's got everything, not just stitching stuff. It's got all sorts of craft things. But the problem is, I don't know, maybe it's just not as popular as maybe in America. You know, shops are like, the more abundant you are, the more customers you get. If you are kind of doing it half-heartedly, you probably get less customers. So whenever I go in, there's a smell of, I don't want to say mold. It just smells kind of stale. It's not a very well kept store. It's kind of big. It's got they sell sewing machines, that kind of stuff, and the staff, they're really friendly. But it just feels the store needs probably needs a little bit of makeover. I don't know. So it's not, you know, you can get all sorts of things, but they're not necessarily cheaper. You get, you know, all sorts of things under one roof. So it's fun that way. And again, DMC is not any cheaper at all. Actually, probably more expensive. I remember per scan is probably about, depends on the colors. I think different colors sometimes have different prices. Majority of them probably about 150, 160, something like that. So no discount there whatsoever. 1, 2, 3. So if you're doing something like, you know, Max Colors, Heaven and Earth, it's quite an expensive hobby to get into. It might turn out to be. Oh, Rivers Love. Hello, darling. She says, high account fabric for me is difficult to stitch on, but I have one project and it looks almost silk screened onto the fabric. Ha. My go-to is 20 to 22. I mean, still pretty high count. I mean, 20, I would say 22 is not that different from 25. Even though you can still see the white area is supposed to stitch on, it's easier for the eyes. But in terms of the stitch size, yeah, it's pretty small, I say, for most people. But everybody's have their own comfort zone. And I think every fabric count, every, you know, stitch size have their own charms. There's different effects. And I love 14 counts as much as I love 25. Over here, 1, 2. 1, 2 here. Taking this thread pretty far. This one. So Betty asks, how about fabric pricing? I usually have to buy plain white. Good question. So far, for 25 counts, for instance, this fabric comes with a kit, so I have no idea how much it will cost. But I'm trying to recall. For even weave, 25 counts DMC fabric. Oh, I have no clue of the size. Let's say regular fabric enough for regular size Heaven and Earth. I say probably about between 50 to 60 pounds. So we're not talking about, you know, something that you could just buy and casually. You really need to plan it and make sure the fabric is the correct size and not too big, so you don't waste a lot of margin, but not too small. So I don't know in America. Don't tell me it's like 25 pounds. I'm going to be sobbing a lot tonight. Seriously. Because it's just not fair. It's not fair. But I remember watching this Japanese lady, Komari. She's one of my favorite sort of stitchers. She stitches so fast. And she was showing her craft room, how she prepares and kit up a piece. And she had the entire roll of DMC 25 counts. I mean, I think she only stitches 25 counts, nothing else. And she got an entire roll. My goodness. I don't know how much that would cost. Just casually, just roll it out, you know, cut a piece out. And there's me trying to calculate every inch, making sure that I get the right size. I don't know why everything's so expensive in the UK. Oh, Adventures of Stitching. So you're aware of Kamari as well. I know. She's a bit of a legend, isn't she? She's this enigma. She stitches so fast. It makes me wonder if she's speeding up the videos. And then you realize she's stitching live. So there's my conspiracy theory goes down the bin. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. One, two. She's a speed queen, yes. I would not disagree. If you blink, if you watch her live, stitching live, and you blink, you probably miss about 3 stitches. No kidding. And she's very single-minded when it comes to, her projects. I mean, I've seen her stitching, sort of switch to different projects. Most of the time, she's stitching the same piece. Day in and day out, and day in and day out. I don't know how she does it. One, two, three. So 1. So Venture says, I was just going to say she really gets them done. And I think up until recently, she did them from paper patterns. Exactly. Exactly. I think she was using paper patterns till maybe sometime last year. She didn't know. Well, I think she was aware of Pattern Keeper. I try to use the auto translations from time to time. I think she was aware of it, but she wasn't sure. And then I saw episodes of her trying out the abs. It's like watching, the tribesmen eating McDonald's for the first time. And she goes, this is so good. Digital tablet. She was using paper patterns. And she would scribble on the symbols with her, like, ballpoint pens. Just really regular pens or pencils. And she knows, it wasn't proper marking, wasn't with a highlighter or anything. She just scribbled like a couple of strokes on each, like a circle or something on the pattern, and she knows that's marked. This is why she's a legend. And then I think, I don't know about currently, I don't get to see the actual setting now. In the past, I think sometimes you can see that she's using a tablet or a phone. But currently, I don't know what she's using. Oh, Betty, her name's Komari. It's Komari. Just look her up on YouTube. And you don't need to know Japanese, I don't think. It's just stitching. So, and she does live streams a lot. It's mesmerizing watching her stitching. It's like, oh, it's like, you can do that? No way. I didn't know it was possible. And pay attention to how she starts and ends thread. Brace yourself. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Whoops. Another mystery that's going on right now is I saw this lady, it's a Japanese lady as well. She's stitching her patterns. I mean, she's doing 25 counts, heaven and earth, but she's stitching in a checkerboard pattern. It's a regular pattern, but she would just do one block, like so like one block here, and then the other block upper left, and then the upper right. Just form a checkerboard. And I can't figure out why she would do that. Is it just for fun? I wish someone could explain that to me. Is this some sort of new trend that I need to follow? And what would be the reasoning for it? It was so peculiar to see and fascinating. Just snip that off. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to continue with this color. 3, 5, 5. Anxiety inducing. I mean, just wait to see how the back of her work. darling. I mean, if you have heart condition, I advise you not to look at the back of her work. I mean, she's probably one and only person that does that. And she does have a video, actually, showing the back and also how she starts and ends her threads. Now that's something to behold. Sarah says, I think the checkerboard is just for fun. Oh, do you think? So there's no practical reason? Huh. They were thinking I was missing something. But the thing is that you have I don't think there was any part thread. So within the 10 by 10 space, the block, you have to start and end thread and move on to the next block. And you have to start all over again. I have to think about that. This one's getting very short. See if we can get away with this one. Betty says, I've been on stitch. Oh, been one stitch the page like that. I've seen one page like that, but doing it by blocks, not for me. I normally stitch by columns, line by line. Okay, you mean like top down, like strip, vertical strip. But this lady is literally doing sort of these blocks separately. There's no connection between them and just form like a checkerboard. And she will probably come back and fill in the remaining blocks. That's very original. I was hoping to have some sort of functional purpose. But if it's fun, it's fun. Let's have a look. Okay, so this part needs a bit of work to smooth out a little bit. Betty, it's like Morse code. I literally had to kind of scramble the words around to figure out what you're saying. I'm kidding. It's perfectly fine. I understood. Yeah, but sometimes typos are typos, but also there's autocomplete. It's your system trying to be clever and trying to force you into some words. Because some words are not in the dictionary and they're trying to be clever and it's super annoying. Particularly with names. Oh man, I don't know how many times I spelled people's name wrong because of autocomplete. They just take the liberty and just create a new name for your friends. So I'm gonna just do this stitch here because it's sticking out here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Oh, adventures. Literally, if you think about the formation of checkerboards. So imagine if you just start with this block, and then once you complete it, end all threads, and move on to the next block, like diagonally. So you leave the block and above empty. And then I don't know how far she would go. I don't know whether she would complete the entire piece like that. And then she will come back to fill in the empty blocks. That's it. So that's why I couldn't get my head around thinking, why would you ever do that? Other than it's kind of fun. But then you can do other shapes. I don't know, star shapes, triangles. I don't know. Come up with new ideas, please. If there's no particular function to it, then you can do any shape you want. Maybe she's bored. Absolutely. That's what I think. She probably tried everything and go, man, I still can't really find that sort of vibe, to flow with it. So I'm going to just do checkerboard. Yes, I think that's probably what it is. She just tried everything. But if you think about it, all parking methods in some way is to distract us from the fact that it's epic, it's so big. And if you stick with the same stitching method, you will get bored. Absolutely. That's why I'm switching around like a crazy person. It's fun, and some have more functional reasons, so the stitches are flat, and also it's easier when it comes to confetti. There's some, real practical reasons. But a lot of times it's just different challenges. So why not checkerboard? Why not? Yes, it's unique and creative. I think her lady, let me look it up so you can go have a look. Because it's interesting. She's the only person I know that does that. I think her name's maybe... I'm trying to see if it's Candy Mama or is this something else? I'm trying to see. So I can point you to the to the channel. Let me have a looky. I think it might be Candy Mama. That's the handle. Let me have a look. Because I was just looking at it, maybe just yesterday. I want to see who was doing that pattern. Let me have a look. Yeah, it could be. Have a look. Because she's one of the people I follow. Oh, maybe I saw it. Maybe I saw it on her Instagram. So it's the same handle, Candy Mama, on Instagram. And she's got pictures of those, if I remember correctly. But it's just interesting. Let me see if I can find it on my Instagram. I was literally just looking at it, maybe within a day. Let me see. Oh, I got it. Let me show you. Let me do this. Let me turn on my auto. Here we go. Can you see that? Let me remove this. This is what she's doing. So literally, if I zoom in a little bit, so you can tell that this is 25 counts. And she would just go in. So she does a small checkerboard within an area, and then have a larger scale checkerboard. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. So maybe there's a grander plan to it. We just don't understand. Maybe it's just, this is a secret. So there you go. That's the one. So it's Candy Mama 0929. So give her a follow if you're interested. I think she does live as well, so you can see it for real. Very interesting. What's next, you know? It is interesting. It's like you know, there's crop circles in in the England countryside. They just mysteriously appeared and with no reason. Like it's just got visited by alien. It is fascinating, isn't it? I'm fascinated by Japanese stitchers. They always have something under their sleeve. That's interesting. Oh dear, I think we've got a fox nearby. I can hear it. Hi, Joyce. Joyce from Stitchy Dutchy. Oh, hello, you, my darling. Yes, yes, we're just looking at the Candy Mama's Instagram and looking at the checkerboard stitching. Is that what you're doing as well for your new project? Do you know why? Other than maybe just make it interesting. Is there a practical reason? If anybody would know, that would be you or Karen. My two oracles, my stitching oracles. A38. A3, 8. So Roxy says, looks like one of the Hogwarts library pattern. I think that's the one. I think that's the one. Maybe a way to see some details coming sooner. Yeah, it's possible because it takes half a time. That's an interesting way of thinking. Maybe then you get to the sort of juicy areas a little bit sooner because it's half of the time, isn't it? Oh, I like that. Maybe that's why. But you only see a little bit. It's like looking through a keyhole. I want to see a whole lot. But that's a very interesting insight. Maybe if someone who can speak in Japanese can just ask the lady, why? Why did you do it? Why? One, two, and then I'm going to bring 1, 2, 3 over here. Actually, I'm going to stitch this one. Put it down here. Dodgy says, please do not put me on a pedestal with Karen. I have 2 pedestals. I've got enough space for both of you. And Dodgy says, for me, it was just goofing around for one page. I know it was a hate challenge. Oh, is that so? There was a challenge to stitch in checkerboards. Oh, serious? Is that why? I've never seen anybody else doing it though. And I only saw that very, very recently. Huh. So it was a fun project. How come I've never seen anybody else that did it? And this one down here. So Dachi says, I've seen some old posts on the hate. Oh, Facebook group. Okay, I don't follow them, so I have no clue. Ha. Adventure says, I love how the mystery is being solved live. I know there are a lot of very wise people watching this channel. You'd be amazed. If you want anything solved, you know, any problems, any achy back, just come over here. We'll solve everything for you. So it was a sort of old challenge. It's just peculiar that I've never seen anybody else that did it. So I thought it was a new thing. Or maybe it was a kind of Facebook thing, kind of a secret, inner circle thing that I wasn't part of. I don't really use Facebook. I know it's a, useful tool for stuff like this. I'm just trying to stay away from Facebook because they don't really respect privacy that much. I'm just a bit scared. So this one, I am going to park it down here. 2 up. And Sarah says I'm finding lost objects. Yes. Lost kittens, boyfriends, if you haven't seen them for a while. Look under the sofa. You might just find him. Oh, hi, C33. Hello. Welcome. You're my new friend on Instagram. Welcome to the chat. So you're in Japan, aren't you? Am I correct? Hi, C. Or are you in America? I can't remember now. We have quite a few Japanese friends here on the channel. And I think one lady is in Australia or not. I'm getting very confused. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. 2, 3, 4. And I think I'm going to maybe work a little bit. Maybe need to come up again. Okay. What I was trying to do, and I got sidetracked. I'm gonna work on this corner here. Oh, Janelle says I'm in Australia. Wonderful. And hi, C33. The checkerboard pattern has been known in Japan for a long time. Oh, for kimonos and other items. It was started by one stitcher, and a few stitchers enjoyed it and started. No way. Kimonos. So is that how they make kimonos? Are you talking about patterns? Checkerboard. Well, but checkerboard patterns is quite universal. I know nothing about kimonos, so. Oh, how interesting. How interesting. So there's another theory of why you stitch in checkerboard pattern. I'm fascinated. So I'm going to move up a little bit and start working around here. So I'm going to take this one here. This sounds like fun though. And because the pattern is quite uniform, so, you know, it's a certain order to it. One, two, three. Oh dear. Um, 4, 9, 8. 4, 9, 8. What? Okay, I've got one color completely messed up on my chart. I need to fix it. It's pointing to a wrong color. So let me fix it. 3371. Man. Okay. Well, there's a limitation of the app when it comes to scanning symbols. Right. 3371. Betty says, I feel like I'd be wasting a lot of thread starting and stops. I'm trying to think through the process actually, because essentially, in theory, it's probably not that different from stitching block by block without parking. Do people always park? I think if you stitch block by block, the way I do it, for instance, the staircase, I would park because the whole point is that you get to leave the thread without needing to end them, and park is somewhere for later, right? So that's kind of the point to it. But essentially, you are filling in one block at a time. But yeah, I think you're right. I don't know about wasting threads necessarily, but you're probably starting and stopping more than necessary. I mean, if it's fun, then it's worth it. But, you know, practically, you are having a hard stop without parking the thread anywhere and have to end the thread, even just one stitch here, even though the next stitch is just down here. You can't park, you have to end it. So that's probably the difference. I think, well, Betty, the only way to find out is to try it, isn't it? There you go. Maybe I'll try at some point when I have the courage. When I figure out why I'm doing it, maybe I'll do it. 3371. I'll try anything at least once. Otherwise, 3 times. 3371. Rose says, I don't know how to park very well, but I tried parking on my newest pattern and started with just 3 floss colors and was only a little confused. I think it would just take time to learn. Absolutely, Rose. If you just start parking, don't rush. You're going to make a lot of mistakes. It's not even mistakes. It's just making maybe moves that's not as efficient, but you just need to just try it out. It will make sense. I remember when I started parking, my head was spinning. I was thinking, what am I doing here? Who am I? Why am I doing this to myself? But I just love the idea of, it just looks magical to have so many threads just dangling everywhere. And also I knew eventually I was going to work out a way to make it more efficient for full coverage. But yeah, I mean, in the beginning, don't be surprised. It's normal to be very confused. I think it's about making judgment calls about where to part next. That was kind of my thing. That's why I was watching these stitches like a hawk. I was like, where is she going to move? Or sometimes I shouldn't be. It's a blanket statement, just conclude everybody is a female. But yeah, just watch the stitcher and trying to mentally calculate and predict where the next parking spot would be. I mean, some parking methods, like the staircase, is a bit more structured. But like this one I'm doing from Gemma, seriously, you do need to practice. So you understand what she's trying to do. It would take some time. It's like chess. It's a playing chess. Mental chess. I'm going to park it down here. I'm already breaking rules. And H14. A14. I remember watching this video. I can't remember the channel name now. I think the video was kind of old, maybe a few years old. And this lady was, I think she was doing parking. But she was doing from bottom up. That's gonna do your head in. If you're used to doing top down like me, watching someone stitching up with pass thread, yeah, it could confuse you even further if you like a bit more confusion. And she was stitching so fast, and she was leaving the tails because, you know, for instance, the pass threads here, I kind of do a little bit of thread management. I kind of line them up. This lady, just imagine you're stitching up, and this thread just kind of just like that. And she was stitching from bottom up, so this is like a stitch area here. And her thread just, she keeps going like this, and just keeps stitching up like one stitch at a time. It was mesmerizing. I was watching it so many times. But by the time I got to that channel, the person wasn't creating content anymore, so I couldn't get any more up-to-date ones. But I just remember those, it's like watching, I don't know, some sort of magical thing happening when people stitch like that, and it actually makes sense to the person. It's very interesting. Right, I'm gonna stitch this one. Being a little bit naughty here. And I'm gonna take it over. Oh, I've got one there already. Silly me. I always forget to mark the pass thread, so I just end up with duplicate threads everywhere. 1, 2. Stitchy Joy says, I stitch my checkerboard like a diagonal. What? So really like a staircase. Checkerboard in diagonal. Everybody, did you hear that? Starting top left with one block, then skip the adjacent steps and stitch the next 3 blocks. Man. Roxy, I think I'll lose my mind. Oh, Betty, let's say that's how I stitch. Oh my god. Oh, Betty, do you mean the top from bottom up stitching parking thing? Oh my. Joyce, you don't make it easy, do you? So, okay, I get it. But is it just fun? Just fun to do? And then how far do you go before you come back and fill up the empty blocks? Is that entire piece? Don't tell me that. That's just a bit too scary. Gonna stitch this one here and then end it. It's getting a little bit short here. So now we have a checkerboard diagonal stitching method. It's official. Ah, Betty, you're stitching bottom up. Pass thread. So you're one of those crazy ladies I saw. Do you do like this? Just to confuse people. Do you just leave it like that? Like that? And I remember this lady just kept going like this, stitching up and just going like this. Oh my God, it just burned in my memory. I don't know whether I was mesmerized or traumatized, but I remember. I need to dig up that video somewhere. Ah, so you only did it for one page. Okay. And after that, did you go back and fill up the remaining blocks and complete the entire page? And then moved on with your life. Never do it again. Which I understand. But that sounds very interesting. It's a challenge, isn't it? White. I'd like to try actually. I think it'd be fun to do it like in a small area to see whether it would drive you insane or not. And I can't remember who said it, that you're able to see a little bit of, the design ahead if you do it like that. That's a nice reason to do it. So you can try to guess exactly what the full picture is. And these two done. I'm gonna end the thread here. A63. Ah, I know what you mean by poor noodle, Betty. Is it some sort of a circular thing that you can basically wrap your part threads? I've seen people doing that. It's very neat. I think Dachi does that. Joyce, do you not use some sort of thingy to wrap your part threads? So it's like super neat. It made me feel really inadequate. So Dachi says, one-time experience, it takes some brain power. I bet. But I needed that just for that for that change. So it's for fun. It's just to break the pattern. I get it. I suppose that could be quite fun. No, Betty, you keep your needle threaded. How many? I know Gemma stitches. Gemma from Gemma Stitches. She sometimes keeps what she calls hot needles. Just keep them threaded and dangling at the bottom. I tried it. No, not for me. I keep stabbing myself because I forget they're threaded, and the needles just fly everywhere. But I don't mind threading actually. I quite enjoy it. Threading on threading. but hard needles are not for me. So everybody have their way. And stick the needle in a noodle. I don't think we're talking about the same thing. I thought you were talking about some sort of thread organizer there. A part thread organizer, shall I say. So maybe we're talking about different things. So I have no idea what it is. Noodles? Needle noodles. Oh, there's so many things. I have no idea what they are. So one over here, just one stitch. So I'm going to do it. Very naughty, I know. It's the last one of this color in this area. $3.10. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna walk around this area here. Three, 5. Pool noodle, part thread, needle. I need to Google it. I thought you were talking about something a little bit different. Pool noodle. I'm learning something every day. Oh, I've seen these. But let me show you this. Betty, brace yourself. Let me show you. Hang on. Is this the noodle? Is that the size of the noodle you're using, Betty? Are you using for swimming as well? Because you can use, you can buy swimming noodles. Only £3. £3, 9 pence. And you have to pay for delivery. £2.99. That's a scam. It's not what we're talking about, is it? Let's have a look. What are we talking about? Pool noodles. Part thread needle. I don't know. I only get actual pool noodles. Are you trying to confuse me, Betty? That's just not fair. Janelle says, I use a pool noodle. Everybody's using a pool noodle. What is it? Cut into 4 and write a full set of last numbers onto them. And that's how I store. Cut off thread. What? The actual pool noodle. But it's huge, isn't it? Am I looking at the wrong thing here? It's like, it's really big. You can swim on it. That's it? That can't be it. I'm I'm so confused. Am I the only one? We're using swimming accessories for stitching. Is that where we're going? It's like that, is it? So we're stitching checkerboards backwards, and then we're using swimming equipment to keep our threads. I see. All right. And everybody seems to know it. Oh dear. I'm gonna part this one and this thread. Oh, I see. So you cut off a chunk. Oh, it is foamy. It looks like you can shape it. It's a little bit foamy, but it's pretty large though. So you just cut a piece of it, and oh, to keep your needles. I see. Probably similar purpose, similar function that I use my ironing board, my felt ironing board. Just somewhere you can keep your needles. I get it. Because I showed this one before, I can show it again. Is that similar function to this? So I've got like a foam ironing board here, like a felt, not foam, felt ironing board. Whoops, let me bring it up a little bit. So I showed this one before, and then I just give them numbers, and then pop my needles, all these needles on top of the different numbers. Ah, okay. I see. Now I'm getting it. So you just use the material because it's foamy and you can stab the needle through. So you use that. Okay. So similar function. I'm just using the ironing board. My ironing board system, I should give it a funky name. The ironing board needle parking system. You have to call it a system. So it sounds official, like a brand, you know, like slow stitch yogi system. $1.99. Oh, never occurred to me. Oh, Joy says, from Stitchy you will get a better idea how to stitch. Use them on a Facebook group like the Hade. Okay, some stitchers pull a pool noodle over the bars of a scroll frame. Okay, so a cut off piece and they stick on their frame so they can place the needles. Yeah, that makes sense. Anything works. If it works, it works. It's a kind of material that, you know, any material you can put your needles through. I've seen Komari, the Japanese floss tuber, using kind of foam type thing, like a strip. I don't know whether she cut them in strips or something they meant to use for something else. And then she just used it for her needles. And that makes sense. That totally makes sense to me. Now I'm feeling a little bit better. because I thought we're using swimming equipments here. And that's fascinating. What color is this? 3822. I'm going to park it back. 3822. Yogi needleboard system. Do you like it, Rose? Does it sound like it's going to sell? £1.99. Very reasonably priced. Betty says I put mine on a Q-snap frame to hold my threaded needles. But how do you know? Do you number the spots then? Because how do you know which thread, which thread, which color that is? So is it just a set of numbers for that particular project? I totally agree, Joyce. I think we're creative out of desperation because no one made these things for us. We have to invent them for our special needs. You know, creativity comes from desperation. And I'm desperate. You know, anything that's going to make my stitching life easy, I'll do it. One, two, three. And Betty, do you think stitching from bottom up, the threads are less messy? I would have thought the opposite because, oh, let me turn this thing off so it's not driving everybody mad. Because you kind of define gravity, don't you? Because the threads naturally want to float down, but you're having the thread upwards. Wouldn't the thread just fight you all the way? I don't know. I haven't tried bottom up. Maybe it's something to try. One more here. And then I'm going to park it somewhere here. End it, rather. Ah, Betty, you're referring to the parking needles. So you just know which thread is parked? What? How do you know that? Unless you're stitching with two colors, otherwise you're gonna mess it up. So you just know? What if they're really similar in colors? What if you have like 260 colors? Confetti. All these superpowers people have, all the stitchers have. A sip of the Coke. Now, I am going to do this one. I'm doing it totally out of order here. I hope Gemma is not watching. She'll be cringing with fear. A14. A14. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it now. So, Betty, oh, okay. I get it now. So it's not the same as my needle ball, because my needle ball is when you cut off the thread and just keep the needles on the board for the next use. What you're doing is you keep your needles threaded, and the noodle part of it is just for you to keep the needle steady. I see. So the needles are still threaded. Am I right? Have I finally got it? It took a while, but we got there in the end. Okay, so that makes sense that you know what it is, because basically they're your part threads. So the noodle is just a resting place, right? I get it now. Right, right. Okay, so just a docking place for your needles temporarily while you're stitching. I get it. I'm feeling a bit better now. There's some clarity there. I wish there's audio rather than just typing, right? So everybody can just talk back to me. Maybe a very noisy place. Maybe talking over each other. Here, one way and down. Have I got it, Betty? Good. Job done. I was wondering, everybody's got superpower. They just know what color, what thread it is, just by looking at it. And two here. Oh dear. It's an awkward looking stitch. Two more. Right. So over here. I have a sip of my coffee. Lovely. Betty's quite all right. It was me, muddle-headed. I kept thinking about the swimming element to it. I got my head in. It's all good. So if you get one noodle, the swimming noodle, it will last you a lifetime because it's so big. You can cut it in, I don't know, 50 pieces. Which is a bargain. And, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I will bring it over. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Over here. Let's have a look. Lovely. So I'm going to move it over here. Oh, This whole block of this color. One. Just do the 3 underneath. One, two, oh, 3, oops. And 720. Just one stitch. 720. One lonely stitch. That's it. $7.20. Work on these ones. Laurie, hello. Laurie Abby, hi. And Jacqueline says, I'm confused also. Join the club. The clarity is there eventually. And part down here. Should I stitch it? Might as well. And bring it down here. Let's have a look. Oh, I'm gonna do this stitch. It was gonna bug me. One, two. And then I'm going to take it up here. One, two. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Betty says, I'm left-handed. I stitch first, then this. Ah, I see. Yeah, it probably doesn't matter which corner that you start from, as long as it's consistent. Huh. Yes, I mean, people park in at different corners for some reason, because they normally go from bottom left, upper right, and then the other way up. I think there's no right or wrong. And occasionally I go the other way, but I always stack them the thread the same order. The second leg is always from going this way, if that makes sense. And I think if you're consistent, it probably doesn't matter which way. It just look neat. Huh. Oh, interesting, Sarah. You're going the other way. That way is kind of counterintuitive for my brain. Because when I'm thinking about like a half stitch, I'm thinking about a slash, and that's going this way. I remember when I started learning how to cross stitch, I was doing samplers, and I remember their instructions at the back, you know, like a kit that comes with, the instruction comes with the kit. It's actually quite particular. I think with full coverage, because everything is just so small and covered up, you can't really see. But I think it's probably more evident if you doing like samplers, larger stitches. And I remember there's at a certain order you're supposed to follow. And also if you stitch top down, let's say if you just stitch like a not even a column, just one row. I don't know what, it's not a column, is it? This is a row, and just one stitch down versus one stitch up. You're supposed to insert your needles in different corners. I remember I was like practicing. I suppose the end results is probably not that different, but it's just nicer at the back. So I think when you're doing samplers, the back is kind of the be all and end all. It's like, how neat can the back of your work be? So that's one of the challenges. 1, 2. And that's why I always, yeah, because the pieces are so small, so I tend to turn the work over. But you can't really do it with full coverage. You probably go nuts. These stitches look so cute. So little square beads. I'm gonna do these ones. One, two, three. So Betty's doing the same way as me, going bottom left, upper right, or the other way around, but slanting the same way. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. One, two, three, 4. Oh dear. So I think I'm going to keep it going till about 11:30 UK time. And I'll show you how many stitches I've done today. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh dear. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let me have a look. Do a few more stitches here. Maybe we'll move down here. Do a few more stitches. Oops. Okay, this one I probably will break the rules a little bit and do more of a color flow. It's slightly controversial here. I'm gonna stitch this way. Let's see. One, two, three. One more row here. So I think I'm gonna make those the last stitches here. So let me zoom out a little bit to see what I've done today. What have I done today? Let's have a look. Let's remove that for now. So zoom out. A lovely little kitten there. And so, oh, you can see it taking shape. You really do not notice until you really step back and look at it. And I can see little drawers taking shape here, and there's a little ribbon there and a couple of other things like scissors or something on top. That's so lovely. I had no idea. I was just so focusing on even this shadow is adding so much to the drawer effect. That's so lovely. And the back of the box is nicely defined with a bit of a shadow. It's so lovely, so nicely charted. I'm so happy with this. And so today I've made some progress around this strip there. It doesn't look like a lot, but let me show you my app. I mean, if you're used to stitching 1,000 stitches a day, okay, look away. You're going to be shocked, but this is what I do on a regular basis, slow stitching. And so let's have a look at the app here. So you see these lines are all back stitches. So I'll be able to come back and add more details here. So that's really lovely. So this is what I've done today. And in terms of progress, let's look at just current page. So hopefully you can see it. The progress of the current page is 31.7%. And this is a conscious decision to use this method. It's nice and neat, it's fun to do, but it's a little bit slower comparing to cross country, for instance. And I totally expect it. And the totality of the piece, 8.88%. I can't remember how we in the beginning, the number I started from the beginning, but it's now nearly 9%. And today I completed 2 to 1 stitches, which is not bad at all, this method. And I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. So for those who haven't seen the entire mock-up in its full glory, thank you, Sarah. Oh, okay. Dutchy, the crystal ball is snow globe. I call it crystal ball. Snow globe. Yes, I think that's what it is. Let me show you the full markup there. There you go. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. So if you look to the center, yes. So this piece obviously has the back stitches in mind, so it's got a little bit more detail. This is the actual markup generated by the app, so it's really pretty there. And so as I go diagonal of that page, I'll eventually finish the drawer, and there are a couple of ribbons on the right there. That looks so lovely as well. And once I completed the kind of the square area around the cat, little kitten, I'll be doing a back stitching party. I'll come back and do the back stitching, so I'm really looking forward to it. So with that, it's about 11:22 here in London, so for me it's still quite civilized. I've been known stitching way into after midnight. So today I'm doing pretty good. I started a little bit earlier though, so that's probably it. So I'm really happy with what I've done today, and I hope you enjoy the session too. Sweet fat ladies. 8.88. Dutchy. And thank you everyone for joining me on the chat. And if you're watching, and I hope you enjoy the session too. And if you're watching the playback as well, I hope you enjoyed it, all the chatters. And hopefully I'll come back with another piece tomorrow. And I have no idea what I'm going to be stitching, so it's going to be a surprise for you and a surprise for me. So, so here, I'm going to bid you good night from London, wherever you are. Good morning, good afternoon, and definitely good evening and good night from London. So bye everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day wherever you are. And nighty night from London. Bye bye everyone. Catch you later.